That was a very destructive performance. We'll see them in the next round.
Helping others makes our own lives better and makes us better people.
People swarm in, empty their pockets, and scuttle off. Nothing can stop me now. Except microscopic germs. But we won't let that happen, will we, Smithers?
No, sir.
From there, they'll stumble down a sluice of rich, eggy béarnaise sauce.
Here she is to tell us about a remarkable breakthrough in running technology, Roslam.
There we go. Okay, good. For a terrible moment, I thought that, like, just after I went live, I got a span of the hiccups. Possibly from eating too quick. Don't know if anyone else has that as a hiccup trigger, but I sure do. But they seem to have subsided, so maybe I didn't eat as quickly as I was kind of concerned about. Alright, what are we doing? Yeah, we're doing this. Okay, and desktop. Hey, hi, how's it going? Tonight, we are continuing our work porting the classic Macintosh narrative puzzle game Fool's Errand from 1987. We're porting it from Mac 68K assembly into God's own, well, ScumVM, and therefore God's own language C++. We've pretty much done most of the game. I'm not gonna lie. It's basically in the can, with one exception. That is the ending cutscene, which we're about... Oh, where are we on the ending cutscene, actually? It's been a while since I've checked. Finale. So we are currently at... okay, so... Yeah, alright. So the ending cutscene ends at 4D CO, and we're at 3806, so... I want to say... And when does it start? I think it starts pretty much at 0. Okay. So we're more than 3/4 of the way through. We just need to do like one big lump of porting and then just a bit of tidy up, I think. Just a bit of tidy up to integrate it into the game. So let's start up the game and see where we are. Because it's mostly there. Like, we've got... I've gone ahead and, like, added in... Okay, so we'll start up the game and we'll talk about it that way. So, this is a game that was made for the original Macintosh. We've ported it to modern platforms by making a compatibility layer for the Macintosh API. So, like, all the quick draw commands are just... You know, they're not... they are adapted, obviously, for ScumVM's drawing and blitting logic and everything, but it makes it quite easy to port stuff over, because then you don't have to actually think too hard about, okay, how do I convert, like, this, you know, draw oval command? How do I make, like, the, you know, generic ScumVM drawing engine equivalent? You don't have to worry about that, because there is, you know, API-wise, it's very similar. It just takes a rectangle and it uses whatever context is there in, you know, whatever drawing context you currently have. And from a porting perspective, that means that you can just kind of, if you see a draw oval command, that's fine. You just type a draw oval command into the C++ file and trust in the system / you know, hit the system with a hammer until it kind of represents the thing that you want to see. So the other part is that it did originally come on multiple floppy disks, which meant there was a different program for running the introduction and the finale in the original game. That's kind of messy. Like, don't really want to do that in ScumVM. So what we've done instead is we've done the porting, but we've also just embedded it here in the about menu. So the about menu works accepted, but like these two menu items are new. Obviously, I think we're gonna gray out show finale. I've just got it enabled here so that I can go ahead and test. So let's look at the prologue. Yeah, so there's a couple of things that we're gonna have to tweak about this. Like, one of them was that the piece of text that we just saw just now was missing the little copyright symbol, and that is because the font, which we are currently using the font which shipped with the main exe as opposed to the introduction. And the introduction has actually more characters in it, which is very visible in the finale cutscene, which then uses like a larger version of this kind of cursive font that we see here. And because it doesn't have all the characters in it, then it kind of looks, well, you know, the words don't make us the words don't draw properly. So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to find some way of lifting out these two fonts. This one's called Small and this one's called Full, but lifting them out from the prologue and finale exe and using those instead of the ones in the main exe. But yeah, this works pretty well. Got your nice little animating sun here. Got sun calling your bluff. And when you've done that, it goes back to the same game because, yeah, we've effectively it's just a different window that's overlaid over the top of this one here, so it doesn't really affect anything that's happening in the background, which is basically what we want. So the finale. Now this is, you have to, normally to get here you have to finish all of the puzzles in the game plus the meta puzzle which joins them all together, at which point you get, what the original game does is it then kind of saves a file to the disk which has a special file association, which is to say, like, the way that Macintosh works is that in the metadata for any kind of file, you can say, I want it to open with this application, or, you know, this application code. And if the Finder knows of that application code, it'll try and open it. So, yeah, it would create a save file with that association for the prologue exe. However, there is code inside the prologue which checks, am I opening, you know, am I being called from the Finder to open a file on the disk? And then it checks to see if there's like a magic string inside that file. Like, I think the string is other words like, and now it is time to watch the finale of the Fool's Errand or something like that. And if that matches, then it will actually play this instead. So there's no spoilers for like for the final puzzle, but obviously if you don't want to see the ending cutscene, maybe don't watch this stream. But I mean, yeah, there's no what's it called? There shouldn't be any actual spoilers for the game, to be fair. Aside from the ending, you know what I mean. No spoilers for the puzzle parts of the game. It's only a spoiler for the ending bit.
Goodbye.
Ooh. Thank you very much for the follow, Fruit Shop. Good to have you around. Why did that not show up on my activity feed? I should refresh that. Oh, yeah. So one of the problems this game has is that there is a lot of 60 hertz flashing, which is, the original had a lot of 60 hertz flashing, which is not great. I say this as someone who is mildly photosensitive and gets headaches when there's like way too much strobing. So in those cases, I have taken the creative liberty of reducing the flashing to about 6 full screen changes a second, which is the WCAG recommendation for not causing seizures. There are still a few places where I think we have to kind of go back and sort that out, like those lightning flashes from the finale. They are all finale introduction. They are still basically going at 60 hertz, so it would be good to kind of swap those out. So anyway, we got zapped by the High Priestess, got turned into a tarot card. Be on tent that yo still lay. So that's kind of why we have to figure out how to finesse the font loader to use the fonts that are in the different executable, because the ones, again, like, in theory they should be the same. However, presumably to save disk space, the one that's in the main game, which is the one that we're using here, is missing a bunch of letters, and that's obviously not great. Okay, this uses a feature that we don't currently have. That little scene there is meant to show like a little kind of like around like the High Priestess's forehead. There's meant to be kind of like a circular animation, and we don't have that because that relies on this frame arc command, which we have not implemented yet. Notably, like all of the quick draw drawing commands in this have been we've been able to back them up using ScumVM's existing like primitives drawing. It basically just is a bunch of generic algorithms based on like Bressenham. Bressenham type algorithms for, say, like, okay, I've got this oval, how do I convert that into pixels? Or I've got this polygon, how do I convert that into pixels? Like that kind of scanline based rendering. And we do have one for ovals, but we do not have one for arcs, which is, where you specify a start and an end angle. So we're probably going to have to maybe have a dig into... Yeah, also, I mean, to be honest, like, the circle drawing code is also not very good. It works, but, like, at smaller sizes, it's very noticeably kind of... It turns more octagonal when you get to, like, very small sizes, which is unfortunate. So my plan was to have a look through maybe the Executor code base. Executor being, like, one of the first, like... one of the first commercial Macintosh emulators, which in fact re-implements the Macintosh API to a large extent, including Quick Draw. So it would be interesting to see like what kind of algorithm they've got going for the for rendering the arcs. But anyway, we can worry about that like after we finish the finale, I think. So let's. Also, good morning, Black Elf. Good to see ya. Why? Okay, refresh the page. Okay, now the show. Okay, now the things are showing up. That's good news. All right. So, have we? I don't think we've. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay. So there's this bit of the cutscene where the fool gets one final puzzle, which I'm not going to spoil what the answer is. It's very easy to figure out. But the letters line up to be Book of Thoth. That's it. The answer is Book of Thoth. Okay, then we get some more lightning, and that's where we end up on the code. So if I recall correctly, yeah, so the lightning is here, and then everything down here is basically drawing to off-screen buffers. Like, a lot of the code is about, like, that it has multiple... Because it's monochrome, you can fit, like, multiple copies, multiple entire pages worth of... you can fit multiple screen pages into the Macintosh's RAM. At least if you have a 128K Mac, which I think this assumes that you have. Or, sorry, a Mac 512, I meant. Sorry, not Mac 128. And this game uses that to full effect by having... So, like, all of those, like, transitions where you see, like, one image kind of, like, fading into another with the lines, that's done by pre-rendering everything to a buffer and then copying that, like, line by line using the copy bits command and, like, a moving window, if that makes sense. Okay, so do I even have that? Yes, I do. Okay, so here we go. Here is our disassembly. Let's roll up to about where we ended off last time. I may actually switch this around so I can easily read it. Because, yeah, the ring light is on the right-hand side of the screen, which makes it harder to look at. Okay. Let's go. Alright, so... Okay, so just got some... And a lot of the time we can kind of simplify as we go. So here we have a command to basically, like, sandwich two quotation mark characters. So hex 22, I think, is the ASCII quotation mark character, or like double quotes. So we can just go okay, and then oops. Yep. For okay, yeah, so these kind of what's it called? So yeah, this is written in ZBasic, which then means you can make certain assumptions, like, for instance, all of the string constants are stored in a big table at, like, the front of the in a blob in the resource fork. So, like, which contains stuff which is there's, like, one table which is then, like, spooled back using, like, the read command, I think it is, or, like, read into, or what have you. And then there's a separate one just for string constants, which happens here, and then contains, yeah, every string constant, for instance. There are slight differences between the versions of the game, so that's why we have okay, we don't have this. We haven't, like, set up the finale of the prologue yet to work for the other versions of the game, but to give an example, like if we look at yeah, so here we use like these offsets here. So in the header for the whole game. Oh wait, no, not the header, sorry. The main thing for the game. So yeah, okay, these are all kind of blobs that were missing from version 1.1, which are like FOND blocks that which tell the Finder like what kind of metrics each font uses. I don't know why they're missing. I don't know how the game loads without them, but yeah, we have to kind of basically the ScumVM font loader expects them, so we have to inject them in here. But okay, this here. So these are kind of like the alignment bits for every section of the string table in every version of the game. And then like the index in here matches up with yeah, like this. So there's like it's a little messy, but it does save having to, I don't have any particular want of like copying this entire blob into the source code if I can avoid it. So we're keeping it like this for now. In theory, it could be useful for like localization, but this game relies so much on the English language that I don't think a localization is possible. It's very word heavy, like as in like all the puzzles are based around words. And not only that, but like words with like very specific numbers of letters sometimes. So it would just be, I don't even know how you would do it. I don't think it seems kind of impossible to do in line. But the thought is there. Okay, so we're gonna go back to finale. Oops. Okay. So, yep. Yep. Okay. So part of the mistake that I did was I started refactoring this before I'd finished writing the finale, and now that just means we have to kind of like go and do like a second pass of like the advantage is that you can kind of tell earlier on in the piece like what everything is meant to be doing. The downside is you have to kind of manually go through and change these back every time you do a build, instead of like at the end where you just use sed to replace everything at once. Okay, so think that's right. Yeah, it's left to right. Oh wait, it's gonna be a rectangle, isn't it? Okay, yeah. I forgot about that. Okay, so so ZBasic doesn't have it doesn't have Mac native types necessarily, but you can just allocate an array and use it as a Mac type because, like, you know, like rectangle, for instance, that's just a 4-element list of int16s. I think that's what's happening here. 5e. Oh, I've probably named it something else because yeah, okay, hang on. Prologue H. Hang on, I think I need to clear out some of these things. Where's the finale? Okay. Okay. So this is broken. Yeah, okay, so it is there. 5C. Okay, so we've got 5E. 6.2. 6.6. Oh, okay, okay. We're just doing it out of order, I understand. Okay. So really we're going var 5C left because the order is top, left, bottom, right. And then this suddenly becomes 5C right. Okay, and then we've got I16, 64 left, right. Okay, and then after that, top equals 19. I see. Okay, then we've got 6.8.
Suggested one or two steps which we ought to take, all of which we've taken, which he describes as dealing with a remote theoretical risk, but we've taken them in order to ensure that there is no risk to humans.
Rithulkamesh asks, what's Fool's Errand? Fool's Errand is this game. It was made for the Macintosh in 1987. There was a port to MS-DOS by Manley & Associates, which was not as good, but still charming nevertheless. I don't know. I grew up with a DOS port, but then later on, I rediscovered the original, and it's quite good. It's got like this very interesting kind of non-linear story. Like the idea is that you start off with like all of these kind of chunks of the story. Each of them has like a puzzle attached with it, and then like, you know, some of them are pretty basic, like this kind of jigsaw. Others are a bit more complex. Where's a good example? Hanged Man. No, that's another. I picked exactly the same puzzle. Temperance. There we go. So like this one kind of gives you a clue that it's about like wedding anniversary presents, and you have to sort it out. But essentially, like every time you solve a puzzle, then that gives you like a little bit more of the story, and it also gives you more map pieces, like here. And basically, the aim of the game is, which is kind of described here. You control this fool that's, you know, a little bit aimless, but has the aim of finding the 14 lost treasures of the land, which is to say there are, I guess, 4 kingdoms that are like at each other's throats because each thinks that the other stole their treasure, but there's kind of, I guess, like a powerful enchantment which has caused them to kind of forget everything, or like be confused about where everything is. So, and yeah, essentially, like, the more of these puzzles that you complete, like, the more kind of clues you get to, like, the big meta puzzle at the end. And when you solve the meta puzzle at the end, you find the treasures, and then attempt to reunite them with their rightful owners. Okay, Rithilka says, is this an original on an emulator or the reverse engineered version? This is the reverse engineered version. So this is what do you call it? So like the original code here is taken, this is like a disassembler that I wrote by my hand because the original game was written in ZBasic, which is, what's the best way of describing it? It's compiled, but like the compiler, it's not optimized, which is really good news from a reversing standpoint, because like everything is very much just kind of like, you can see the stitches. So it's like, okay, here's this chunk here, which adds like one thing to a variable. And then there's another chunk here, which adds it to the, you know, it's a very kind of like workman-like translation, but from the basic into Motorola assembly language. But the other nice thing, because it's ZBasic, I wrote my own disassembler basically so that like if you look at the original disassembly, it's much more difficult to understand because it's all done in terms of what's the best way of describing it? Like there's like a global memory pointer, which then has like a big block of memory, and then that's used, there's like one of those that's used for like the variable store, and then there's another one that's used for like the array store, which, you know, just looking at it, it's very difficult to just kind of like look at it as like, oh, it's obviously talking about this same variable here. Like, I don't know, my eyes glazed over a lot, so my disassembler here, whenever it sees the addresses that are within that particular range, it then converts it to, I guess, a nice friendly name. So var i1674 means the int 16 that is at address 74 of the variable block. And like by doing this, then that means it's quite easier to just, you know, create the equivalent objects in C++ and then wire them up to suit. So here, like in the prologue, we have not really gone ahead and like translated these back into like what they are. Like in the main game, like we've completed porting over the main game, so I've now started the process of just renaming all the variables to be, I don't know, to make some sense. So you can see like a lot of the function names have been renamed. Quite a bunch of the variables have now been named based on what they actually do, stuff like that. So that's kind of the cleanup stage, but for the initial porting stage, it's easier to just have like the to just have the kind of like very basic automatic names, and then later on go back and do another pass. So yeah, so like a mistake that I made was that I ported over the introduction, ported over a little bit of the finale, and then I was like, oh god, this is going to take forever. I want to just go work on the main game. But when I was porting over the introduction, I renamed a bunch of these functions. So, like, when it says 26C here, I've already renamed it to draw text write align. So that means just sub 128.26C draw text write. Write align. I got to go through and rename them as I go, so that they match the one that I've got. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm still kind of like just taken aback at how quick. Like, this did not take. I've not been working on this full time by any stretch of the imagination, and the fact that we were done in just a handful of months for a game which is, I'm gonna say, moderately complex. That's it's kind of a game changer. It's kind of incredible. All right, so this here kind of concerns me. Like, this seems slightly different memory-wise than I was expecting. So we've got 68, which we've got down here as the middle of this rectangle, and then we have 74, which is just a different int. Race of the Meme says, is the goal to name all the variables or only the ones that are involved in solving further problems? It's a good question. Ideally, what I want to do is, so another thing that I've been doing sort of as I, now that the game has been ported over, what I've been doing is turning the, because yeah, in ZBasic there's no such thing as a local variable, it's all global. Like, everything is using the same shared memory space, which can be confusing. However, obviously it doesn't have to be global. Like, things like loop counters, you don't need to, loop counters sometimes, like, for the most part, the code is written so that loop counters do not, they're treated as treated locally, but some of them do, they have like subroutines or whatever, which then access the loop counter as a global, which then makes it kind of difficult to take it out. But then basically, like, every variable that we can say, okay, that's only ever set and accessed from in here, is like one variable we can just get rid of from the list because it's just a local. Yes, that's right. So there can be overlap, and that's why you can't do this kind of work until you've finished porting over everything. Because at least now you can, like, pick a variable. Like, I can pick this variable here and go, all right, where is this used? Where is 182 used? Okay, it's used in the prologue, but it is used as a, yeah, okay, this is like a perfect example of like a variable that doesn't need to be global. It can be just a local, because all it's doing is like keeping track of the width of whatever string that is being drawn to the screen. So if I were to go into here and change that to be like int16 width, and now we've done that, we can basically get rid of 182. That kind of thing. Although I should not be doing that in the prologue and finale, because we have not finished porting the prologue and finale. So I'll stop. I'll stop doing that. I'm like, df. Yeah, exactly. So, like, there is, yeah. You don't, like, there's only a handful of, well, okay, there's a handful of globals which are very clearly, oh, they're just like local variables and you can comment them out. There are other cases where there's like large blocks of shared memory which are just used as a kind of like a buffer Like notably, like each of the puzzles has a way of specifying like a grid. So like a spacing of squares on the screen which correspond to like a grid square. And there is like usually a blob at the start of the puzzle data which describes like how many squares across, how many squares down, like what bounding box does it have, etc. But it can also finish up with like just random stuff that is also part of the puzzle. And so there's just like that's just like a big list of a big array of integers that is the same bit of memory used for each puzzle, but it's only, it's local. That memory is used only by the puzzle and by a couple of helper methods outside the puzzle. So like it could be argued that like a nicer way of that looking in the code would be to convert that into like a named data structure or something. So you could see exactly like, instead of having like, mystery array index 3, it's like, oh, okay, no, this is the number of grid squares or what have you. Race of the Beams asks, can I ask a dumb question? What is the advantage over emulating the CPU? It's at the preservation understanding aspect. It's a good question. I would say that there's a few advantages. One is that, aside from the fact that you can fix bugs that were in the original, the main one I'd say is that like Macintosh emulation is like a massive pain in the ass and people don't do it on the whole. So by kind of creating a port in ScumVM, you increase the audience. You make it a lot. All someone has to do is get a copy of the game in whatever format and load it in, and they can start playing. But I would say that I don't know. From a personal perspective, I quite like this more because the flashing is less intense. Like Cliff Johnson, the author of this game, actually went to some pretty, I want to say like most of the code is generally pretty good about not being CPU dependent, but there are parts of the code where it'll just draw as fast as it can. So if you're running on like Basilisk or like any kind of like I want to say like New World, or the like power, definitely like either like a Quadra era machine. That's what I wanted to say. So like if you're running on like one of the fast 68K machines like a Quadra, it'll just like be blinding the amount of flashing. And you can kind of improve that by running on like a more period accurate, like the reference that I was using was like Macintosh 2, because that's the machine that I got working in MAME. But there are some bits which are still very very speed dependent. But like actually, yeah, like on the whole though, when you think about like in terms of availability, right? Say that you own the rights to a game like this. It was Macintosh only. It's very heavily tied to the Macintosh API, and you want it to be available. At the moment, your option is basically to distribute a unlicensed copy of System 6 along with like a Macintosh emulator, which is probably good enough if you're giving it away for free, because like, Apple have kind of moved on to like, they've moved on to much bigger states than the charging rent game to care that much about System 6. However, I'm sure that if you were trying to sell it commercially, you'd get sued. So honestly, like the only way for some of these old Macintosh games to be fully re-released in a commercial capacity is if they are covered by a project like ScumVM. So a large part of this was just kind of a exercise to see how difficult would it be to create a replacement for the Macintosh Toolbox API that is backed by ScumVM, which could then be used for other potential games. And I mean, okay, it's only a subset of it. Like we only have a black and white drawing routines, for instance, but it's pretty good. It's worked pretty well. It's quite promising. So yeah, that's kind of why we're doing it. Okay, where do we go? Okay, over here, sorry. Okay. Also, I'm leaving little comments saying where in the disassembly we are, just because when I make a typo and there's a bug, and there will be those, this helps us figure out like where in the disassembly that we're meant to be talking at. Okay, var2 toolbox tick count. Okay, here we've got like a blitz. So block move is the equivalent of like memcopy, which, and like the way they would do that, or like the way they would do kind of big, like copying the screen page from one area to another would just be to use block, the ZBasics block move function with 5580, which is the exact number of bytes that a screen page takes. So what we actually want to do here is go var4e, copy from, okay, and then now I gotta do the math. Okay, so it's copying it from page 5. Okay, so 19 df subtract okay, and then so 5C 5E. Yeah, case in point, there's no optimization, so if you have like a long string of numbers, it will not pre-add any of them together. Oh, the exception though will be like, as you can see, I'm pretty sure that the heap had an array defined from like 41296 with a bunch of pointers in it. The ZBasic compiler will pre-compute what the pointer is, so we'll add if you have like, if you ask for array index 5, it'll just give you the direct pointer to that. It won't try and like add 5 to the base pointer or anything like that, which sometimes can be annoying for figuring out like where things start and finish, but not too much of a big deal. Okay, and then 64 is actually going to be top. So 64 left, right, bottom, top. If I see bottom, yeah, okay. Kind of odd that it would put like a surface copy in between calculating these. But anyway, that's what the original does. Okay, and then we have Okay. Then source mode's going to be K source big because it's 3 and 0. Oh yeah, also I mean the original does kind of use raw, pointers to raw memory all over the place. However, we basically can keep, we keep the syntax more or less the same, but bitmap is a type which is backed by a shared pointer, which then simplifies things a lot in terms of ownership. As long as there's an existing reference to a piece of memory, so common shared pointer to graphics managed surface. So as long as there is any reference to a bitmap existing, it'll keep that memory alive, which is good news. Yeah, because especially kind of in a quagmire like this, I do not want to have to worry about lifetimes if I can possibly avoid it. Okay, so we do the copy bits. Okay, and then 42BE. Yeah, okay, and then that becomes 10. So this is like blitting things to each of the off-screen pages that we were talking about before. So 44E, 5C, 64. Okay, blit mode 1, so it's going to be OR. Okay, then we got 4E, 32, 64, 64, copy. Okay, so we have this. Right, okay, and here is an example of a loop. So now we gotta go all the way back up to here. Go DC I is greater than or equal to 19 I minus, okay, FEDCB minus 5. So 74 in this case is gonna be, at least I think it's gonna be a loop, not gonna be a loop counter. Yeah, okay. A4. Oh wait, no, that's gonna be one of the picture pointers. So R0. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's a tiny loop. 53, I is less than or equal to 59, I plus plus. Toolbox. I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. V6, 412BE. Okay, so this.
I can't hear you. I was supposed to file this.
Son of a bitch. Alright. That goes down here. Okay. What I'd like to do, I want... Okay, now where is the next... So... I'm looking for the next place which has a delay instruction, because that's where we can see stuff on the screen. We may as well do another test from there. 21E. Okay. 260, draw text, right, align. One two eight 6110 24A. Delay from marker. Sub 128 6110. Flip page to screen. Okay. So that's definitely got some more stuff. Let's see how we go. So full finale.cp1151. Because yeah, we finish on it. We don't quite finish on a delay. There is like a page blit to the screen, which would be nice to see. We'll see how far we get. Okay, so the full heat of the advice of the magician. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what these are. It's not really relevant. Okay. And the priestess shows up. Grows huge. Be on 10 that yo still lay. Okay. Also, gotta figure out what's going on with that. Like, I'm not sure if the circles are right in that animation. Okay, here we go. The Book of Thoth. Here is the Book of Thoth. We missed something. And your answer is incorrect. Yeah, because like the way that like quite a lot of the drawing in this game takes advantage of the fact that because it's monochrome, you can just do like you can draw exactly the same thing again with like the blend type set to XOR, and then it just erases it while keeping everything intact in theory. Okay, so fucking 3. Okay, so that's 57. Ah, okay. Right. So we did that copy. Then we did this. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Here is the book of Thoth. Because yeah, it's meant to. That was meant to erase what was already there. That didn't seem to happen. Okay, but alright, I understand. So we... I mean, this frame here was then like after we blip page 7 to the screen. It was not with this. So did I screw up drawing the previous text that said here is the Book of Thoth? Oh, I did. Okay, yep, because there's only one quotation mark, so it was off by a bit. I wasn't paying attention. Yep, because like, yeah, there's only one quotation mark. All right, let's keep going. Actually, no, it would be I16 I equals toolbox get picture I 32. I think that's right, yeah. Okay, so we got one of these. Because neither of them crash so much. Okay, well. Recover. We want the one that was from today. What have we got? We got E958, E958. Okay, 3 CBE. Okay, and then... Okay, so I've got nested loops here. J equals less than or equal to 8. J plus plus. Yeah, okay. And then yeah, okay. Uh, 168. Oh, okay. It's doing it in 0. Okay, so we've got like another loop in here. 4 and 16 equals 1. I is less than or equal to var 3 f0. I plus plus. Okay. Then after that, we got sub 128.24a. Oh, and then we've got like a big outer loop as well. Great. Let's start 3C56.
Five days, 2 hours, and 23 minutes.
It matches very well.
Oh yes, the
Has it been that well? Has it been that long? I don't know anymore.
This process compresses the calcium into a viscose paste.
That's what we originally thought until we found
It's not Haywood?
Once there was this green goblin, and he used to look around, and I guess he did a dance.
26C. 26C, draw text. Okay. Still more. That would be Wait, what? 2FA? I don't have a 2FA. Oh, it's 24A. Okay. Which... Okay, so show finale. Okay, so... Yep. Okay. This animation here I still want to figure out what's going on with. Yep. Final puzzle. Here's the Book of Thoth. And your answer is incorrect. Oh. Okay. Yeah. We've got something wrong. Alright. Oh yeah, I should have a look at what the reference video has. Okay, so this part of the animation. Here is the Book of Thoth. And your answer is incorrect. Yeah, okay. So it's just meant to be like a little pulse. But yeah, what's going on there? Alright, so we can see that this is meant to be like the pulse code. Okay. I think what we might have to do is cross-check with what the resources are. And to do that, we open it up in this emulator. Assuming I can find it. Oh, really? Okay. Ah, there we go. So there's the Z basic is in here. Where did I put Fool's Errand? Oh, it's here. Okay, so we're going to take the finale, we're going to open it up in Super Res Edit, and we're going to have a look at the pictures. Okay, so where's the Wadget Eye? Okay, 41 versus 42. Okay, so this looks like it's some kind of mask. Don't know what the deal is with this, but I think 42 is the one that we want. So maybe I screwed that up. A8, okay. So what's 5A? It's picture number 90. Yeah, okay, that's the priestess being angry. Okay, and then we have... Oh, I know, right? So I think what's meant to be happening, or at least like the reason why there's this other kind of cutout. Is so that you can use this as... I don't know, so you can use like XOR, so you can flash it, I think. Or potentially just use it as like a blit mask, because this has got to appear floating in the sky, which then means you got to kind of deal with the transparency angle. Most of these graphics you don't have to do that, but that one you do. And it seems like we did. I mean, we are doing it. So, I don't know why it's having a whinge. Okay, so there's this page here. Okay, so this might be it here, because we've got like... So we fit, okay. So we switch to page 9. We fill it with white. Then we blit the mask. Then we switch to page 10. Fill it with white. And then blit this. I'm guessing there's meant to be some kind of... yeah, it must be using that some kind of... But also... I don't know, okay, I don't understand how in the previous scene, or the previous scene where before we get turned into a card, the Wadget Eye hits us, like, how is that not using this graphic? Okay, we've got 2B. Okay, no, I must be missing something. That's 42. Okay, now this has got 2A, okay. And this, yeah, I see. Right. Okay, and then... Oh, I think I understand. I get it, I get it. Alright, so the way it works is that it draws the background like this. Then it uses BIC to cut out this stencil, or rather like fill it in with white, and then it uses OR to draw in the Wadget Eye. Okay. That makes sense. So we should be doing something very similar down here. Okay, so we switch to page 9, we draw the Wadget Eye mask, then we switch to page 10 and we draw the Wadget Eye. So if we look at copy bits, I mean, yeah, that should, to my eyes, that looks the same. We're doing BIC to clear it out, and then OR to fill it in. Okay, maybe this is wrong. Okay, I'm gonna go over this bit in a fine-tooth comb because clearly there must be something amiss there. Okay. So 4E copy from 412A6, yeah, that seems right. Source, destination. Okay. Then this, which sets that. 44E, 5C, 5C. BIC 0. Okay, and then 10. 44E, 5C, 5C, or 0. Okay. Right, and then is this fine? 171B, 16C. 5B, yeah. I mean, like, all this bit here involving, like, here is the Book of Thoth. Seems to have drawn okay. Okay. 3806. Okay, set port bits, delay for marker. set this thing. Okay, maybe let's... Okay, new approach. We know it's got to be in this code here that we wrote. So what if we were to put a breakpoint in there and just step through and see what happens? Also, we have a bunch of invalid oval rectangles, which is interesting. Okay. Finale. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to check, wasn't it? If we go back a little bit. So like what it's meant to look like. Are these little trails here, but I think that yeah, this circle here is meant to match up with the puzzle that shows up. Okay, so then it just starts doing its little pulse. Book of Thoth. Okay. Then we get to where control gets in. The Book of Thoth. Okay, so now we're copying between surfaces. Okay, and then... Okay, so then this is copying from Surface 9. Okay, so this is the blit that copies over. So if I were to go like P toolbox delay 0. Okay, because it's happening on and off. It's happening on and off. What's called? Is it happening off screen? I mean, it's repeatedly blitting. And it's scrolling. Like, I think what's meant to happen is that this is meant to be moving the Wadget eye up over the screen, but it's not showing up here. I'm guessing because the target surface is not right. Because, yeah, like, what is setting 4E? Okay, 4E doesn't appear to be I32 4E. I see, right. So like this uses 4E as like a staging surface, and then it blits it to 32, which is the current screen page, I believe. Yeah, because it's good. Okay, it's set as the current screen page up there. Okay, so that's what's meant to be happening down here, but I've made a pig's ear of it somehow. Because, yeah, we set the port bits to 32. So 32 is meant to be the destination. Okay, no. Okay, so... Yeah, that's... Oh, that should do it. Because, yeah, we're copying to 4E, and then to 4E we then copy to 32. Unless there is... No, okay. So, because, yeah, port bits is set to 32. Is set to 32. Yep, there we go. There it is. Yeah, and your answer is not correct.
What do I have to make an appointment? I own the place.
I know.
Darkest How.
What's a Coco Shunter?
Coco Shunter, that's just what I've got. Oh, sorry, that's the introduction to Robert Elms.
It wouldn't be wise to press any buttons before reading the owner's manual.
Okay. So we blip toolbox delay. Okay. Here's where we screw up somehow. So did I get set port bits to page or blip page to screen wrong perhaps? Oh, and I stupidly didn't put some markers down. Okay, so it's before 3BA8. Okay, 104 2D. Then we delay for 15 ticks. Then we blip page 10 to the screen. Page 10. Okay, so maybe the contents of page 10 is fucked. Maybe that's why that's happening. Okay, what's 39, 57. Oh my god, hang on. Okay, so it's got to have happened before this. But we've set the port bits to page 7. And page 7 I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so like before page 7 was being used as yeah, it was being used as the background, I think, for the eye. Because wait, like setting this. Okay, that then sets 40 to being that. Which is interesting. like 30. Okay. So 32 is the screen. So this should not affect... Set port bits to page should not affect what is currently on the screen. Blip page to screen does. So perhaps the implication there is that blip page to screen is meant to be zeroed out with something else. Before we do that, maybe I like missed one of these copy froms. Okay, yeah, we've got like, we have like a copy back from here. Like 10 gets wiped over. Yeah, after we do like the horizon thing, 10 gets wiped over with a copy of 9. I see. Okay, no, that might actually be wrong. Because yeah, 10. Sorry, because page 9 contains the mask. Page 10 contains the eye. Okay, yeah, I got this wrong. I must have this wrong. 412b6, 412b6, 41296. Yeah, okay. It's not 9, is it? It's 8. That makes more sense, because, yeah. Okay, good. And then let's do a reset. Okay, let's see what changes that made. Alright, and are you still angry with me? Yes. Furious. Absolutely spitting. Yep. Also, while we're here, yeah, okay, that does look right. . Ooh, okay, so the circles look off. They're like, that was way too tall in that. Like, what's going on there? Anyway, okay. Okay, Book of Thoth. Here's the Book of Thoth. And your answer is incorrect. Interesting, okay, so like when it gets to like the corner, it gets reset to 0 because it's doing invalid rect. Oh, is this it? Top, top, left, left, bottom, bottom, right, right. Why is the bottom... Okay, we'll sort that out. Anyway, okay, so at the end here, these ovals. think what's meant to happen is that when you insert a rect and it becomes like 0, 0, 0, 0, it doesn't get like we must be doing something to. I must have added like something in here deliberately to ruin it, but we still want to keep like where the origin is. So the fact that that's happening is kind of bad news. Yeah, this guy. Okay, so what we have, like, I mean, what we have here is a bit of a problem in terms of ScumVM is very prissy about rectangles being valid before using them anywhere. And so I put in here a kind of like a cheat so that if the rectangle is invalid, it sets it to like a valid but empty rectangle. And technically that's not what we should be doing. I think what we're meant to be doing is we should be keeping it keeping the numbers as is, but every API call which takes a rectangle should try and, I don't know, verify that it's okay before using it. Which potentially we've already got, like, because if we go to like draw oval, for instance, like we do check to see if a rectangle is valid before piling on. So maybe the solution here is just we just get rid of this. Because all the like yeah, because like every one of these methods should be checking manually that the rectangle is valid before using it. Yeah, it could be, okay, it could potentially cause crashes in other areas, but let's just see. Let's just see what happens. Because like, yeah, like one example, oh, sorry, two examples of places where you can get like invalid rectangles showing up would be the sun's map when you show up the tiles. Like those enter into invalid dimensions like pretty much all the ding dang time. Okay, so, but yeah, we've got the guardrail and the draw instruction which catches it, which is fine. Sure, okay. How about if I were to just complete a very basic puzzle? Yep, that's fine. How about judgment? No, not judgment. Actually, let's just do judgment. Judgment's easier to do. Yep. Okay, it's not crashing. That's good news. So now if we do the finale. Okay, so we'll get past this bit. Then I'm going to put a breakpoint and draw oval so we can see where the bad stuff is happening. Okay, yeah. Like, is this it? This seems like a weird... Like, maybe it's being buffered and I screwed up. Like, it could be that this is just being buffered to another surface and I screwed up the floating point math. It's very probable. Oh yeah, and it's happening like... That's sneaky. Okay, so this little dialogue here is actually hiding a loading screen where it like pre-draws all of the bits that happen in the next part. That's really clever. Annoying, but clever. Because yeah, if I do draw oval here, oh, interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, it'll do draw oval for the eyes. But those background ones were pre-drawn using floating point. So somewhere I've screwed that math up. Okay, so where do we get to? Oh, right. Book of Thoth. Here's the Book of Thoth. And you made a mistake. Destroy him. Destroy him. Okay, so that's working. Is there meant to be like a gap between the shot? Okay, there's like one frame. So, yeah. Effectively, no. Okay, so we have... So this is the top forehead circle. This seems to be... Okay, this is like a slightly bigger one. Now we've got like the number of repetitions, I think. Like the increment. Oh no, this is the end state. I understand now. Okay, so back here. Yeah, it's meant to expand out to that thing. Did I get the dimensions around the wrong way? Potentially. Because 1FC is off the screen. Yeah, okay, this looks like this number is too big. Okay, what have we got? We got 6. Okay, 6 DO 6C 133 A B4 14C. There we go. Yeah, because like the bottom of the screen is like 156, and the right hand side of the screen is 200 in hex. So going 1FC is the reason why it was all stretched out like that. Okay, let's go. Let's keep going. How big are patterns again? Are they like 8 bytes? I think they're 8 bytes. Which then means that'll be pattern number 2. Toolbox pen size 5 by 5. Toolbox pen mode. Okay, pat zor. Subtract. Okay. And then Oh, this must be the cool kind of like spiral card trail thing that happened. That's gonna be interesting. VAR 176. Zero. Toolbox move to E5 58. Box line 2. Okay, and then we got a loop. Okay, this is gonna be like another tiny loop, probably. Plus. Oh wait, this is the beam. This is the beam coming with the Book of Thoth that like bounces off the Fool. Okay. So good. Does the zaps. Interesting. Oh, okay. So this is zeroing out all the fields for a rectangle. Okay. 0, 0, screen height, screen width. Okay, and then we get to the end of another loop, which was... Okay, which is literally just here. One E I is less than or equal to... Oh no, it's greater than or equal to A I subtract. So FEDCB 5. Okay. Actually, before we... Okay, can we... We're at about 3 hours. Let's see if we can... Is this maybe like a good point to try and build before we go to a break? I think it might be. The rest is just a bunch of numbers. Okay, let's check it out. So this should now fix the circle coming off the High Priestess's head that turns into the puzzle. And I think we should see the zappy beam coming off the Book of Thoth. Okay, yep. Okay, great. There we go. That's the right size. The Book of Thoth? Here is the Book of Thoth. And your answer is incorrect. There we go. Sick. Alright, it looks like it's working as intended. I'll just double check. Yep. Nice. Okay, well, it's been 3 hours. I'm going to take a quick break so I can stretch and get some caffeine and not fall asleep. But yeah, when we get back, how much we got left? We're at 4082 and I think, yeah, what was the... Okay, 1314DC0. Okay, so hex D00 bytes left, which, yeah, hopefully shouldn't be too much of a pain in the ass. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Go outside. No, really, go outside. Why did it die there? Actually, I know why it died there. It would be because one of the tracks in the playlist it does not like. I just don't know which one it is. Actually, no, maybe I do know which one it is. Maybe it's the one track that I added recently and didn't test. that could potentially be it. Okay, well, note to self: go find out what the deal is there. Anyway, cool. Where do we get to? Okay, 3. Okay, so we're here. This stuff here, which kind of looks like a loop. But it looks like a very big loop. So I'm not going to try and guess where it ends ahead of time. We're just gonna keep writing. Okay. Okay, so we push that. 180, subtract 3. Top. Left. Okay, 74 equals 0. Oh, this might actually be a short loop. Sort of. What was the ending for that? Oh, okay. Okay, yep. So push that. I 1-8 F. Oh, okay. We got to unroll it. So this is addressing a rectangle as if it were an array. Because we're using a ScumVM common rect, we can't do that. So we have to unroll it. Okay, so... Okay. I think this is just 32-bit. Oh no, it's double. Okay. Okay, then we have I plus 4. Okay, so it's I plus 4 multiplied by 2, which then gets added to the... Yeah. Okay. So that then seems like it just goes into C. Okay. Then we subtract one from the other. Okay, then that's the left-hand side. I-16, 3A. Yeah, looks about right. Okay. Done. Alright. So, unroll that. 420A is in here. Okay, so it's then copying copying one rectangle to the other. Okay, another loop which looks to be, yeah, okay, we're probably going to have to unroll it the second time potentially. Oh no, it's only touching the contents of 41 BBE. Yeah, okay, we don't need to unroll it. We can 4 and 16i equals 0, I is less than or equal to 3, I plus. Okay, so we've got I. Okay, so this must be like an outer loop or something. I think that's right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's the end of our loop. Okay. J is less than or equal to var 3a minus 1 j plus plus. Okay, so 192 isn't even used in there. Okay, then we get another loop. I think that's right. Must be right. Yeah, so it starts with 7. So okay, 439A. That's right. So it's 4, 6, 8. 4, 6, 8, A. I don't know what's going on. It seems... $200, $156. Like, this seems like nonsense. Well, I mean, I say it looks like nonsense. Like, it's probably just different data being stored in there that's not rectangle data. Ooh, but it's calling a subroutine that we haven't written yet. So there actually might be more. Oh, okay, but that's actually an array. 4, 6, 8, 8, okay. Four, 6, 8. 4, 6, 8. Oh no, it would be 3. Okay. Okay, and then now this is just gonna go into memory we haven't seen yet. Holy, how many frigging things are there? maybe the answer is here in 5038. Because if this is something that's meant to loop through all of these, we may as well just shadow this and make a different data structure. It has the same stuff in it. Okay, we haven't written 5038. Okay, so we got a loop. How long is this? Not too long. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I times 2. Okay, we're definitely making a mirrored copy. Okay, and now this becomes... we're gonna have to write all this down. So then we go... 6, B5, 2, 2, B5, B5. 5D, B5. Okay, B5, 2, 2, B5, B5, 5D, B5, 5D. Yep, okay. Okay. Oh my god. 4 and AF4. Okay. So subtract. Double equals this. Divided by 16180. Yep. Okay, that seems right. Seems about right. Okay, then we do all the loop stuff. F2, line 2, line 2, line 2, line 2. Okay, so F8, FA. Sorry. F4, F6, F8, FA. One, two, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, 6, 7. Okay, then it rewinds back down to 0, 1. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, good lord, it's a huge loop. It's less than or equal. Two, this is 0. 4. Okay, yep. Wait, what? Okay, that's not gonna work. Oh no, it will work, I just gotta grow it. So let's push on the left-hand side. 192. Okay, so it's 16. Yeah, and then all the way back to the start. Yeah, good. There we go. We'll wrap this up and then see if that draws the kind of the spiral of the card showing up on the screen. Great. Okay. How many build errors? Only a couple. Okay. Come on. 24A. Okay. Let's see. Open this up. Okay, great. Wait, what's this? Ah, and it crashed. Where did it crash? It crashed... Oh, it crashed in there. Memory access at offset 27028 overflows. Great. Is that a problem? For 1 BBE? Oh, because I only made it like 8. I need to make it 16. Alright, let's watch the finale again. Whew. I really, you know what? I really should consider adding in like a fast forward mode, which doesn't, which basically just turns off all delays, because we can't just jump to the right place in the code because it's all based on pre-draws and stuff that's happened before. So it does need to play through. However, we could technically just wait. Or rather just change it so that delays don't impact anything. Oh, but then the other problem is that, like, all of the large chunks of the code do effectively like a busy poll. Okay. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty good. Okay. So we've got the zoom effect looking very nice. Okay, so card rotator's done. Now we can get done. Again? Okay. Recover. Recover from tonight. Delete it. D760. D760. D760 to command the secret book off. DE7E. D8F. Okay, D7E goes into what even she cannot force it to do. D8F. Oh, okay. D2, 7E. Set port bits 32 sub 128.24a 78. Okay, so I modulus. Actually, Z basic. Interesting. Okay. So I, which then multiplies by 2.5. And it divides by 2.5. I over 10. Oh wait, no, this is outside of the check. prime modulus 10 doesn't equal 0. Doesn't equal 0? Doesn't equal 0. Oh no, sorry, does equal 0. BC. Okay, bottom. Yeah, okay, I think that works. I think that's right. Okay, that sort of seems right. I'm a bit concerned that there's nothing that's changing left. That seems like a conspicuous thing that's missing. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's meant to... So, sorry. 1BC is there. Okay, I don't know. Left is here. Left is just always being changed. And what does the right start with? The right starts with that. I don't know. I guess we'll... Like, what's it meant to look like? Okay, but I doubt it. Ah. Okay, so it's just meant to kind of be a little zoom in on the fool. Oh, wait. No, that would be... Okay, and now we're back to the top of the loop, which goes all the way back to AC4. Okay, that's here. Oh no, it's Okay, 4B54. Yeah. Okay. So 128, 21E. Yeah. B4. Okay, and then we got another loop which goes all the way back to 4A36. Where's it go? It goes all the way back up to here. Yeah. 45. J plus plus. Okay, this is the... I'm pretty sure this is the point at which it's going to diverge. Like, the different versions... Like, for instance, like, in this version it says, and yes, the fool will return in the fool and his money, which is what the sequel ended up being called. The original version 1.1 has it called The Fool's Paradise. So... Also, I'm pretty sure the original version, Cliff hadn't registered the trademark yet, and so it was not... Yeah, there wouldn't have been this trademark notice, so maybe it'll be off by 1. Okay. 64. $76. Actually, no, what? Okay. It's 131 4C94. 12824 A 14 looks at 4 bits. 32. Sub 128 286. We're at the end. We're at the end. Holy shit. Just one more page. Sub 128 248 14. is less than or equal to 47. I plus plus. Is that it? Are we done? 5-4 OE? We're done. That's it. Well, I say we're done. We've got to fix up all these. Got to fix up all of these problems. But typing wise, we're pretty much done. Oh, 2FA. Oh, did I typo that again? Okay, A6C is... Really? It's only used there? That seems unusual. It seems very unusual. Like, why set these numbers at all? 3F4? Okay, no, the 3F4 is used. Shed load. Yeah, we set a number and never gets used anywhere. Oh, it's a Y coordinate. That's stupid of me. Okay. Okay, what have we got left? We've got 3F8, which... Oh, wait. Text. Okay, and then 3F8 is... I guess used here. Okay, how are we doing? Couple left. Oh crap. I should have done that. I shouldn't have done that. Three F4. Oh, okay. 3 or 4 got changed to Y pick. Copy screen to page. I think 46A. Yeah, so it's blue page to screen, followed by copy screen to page. I guess you can do that. That's probably fine. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, see if it runs. See if it runs without issues. There shouldn't be any issues. We'll see. Oh, except the fonts. The fonts are still an issue. Okay. 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 Here we go. Book of Thoth. Come on. Zap, 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 zap. There we go. fool who gained the gift of wisdom is able to trick the High Priestess. He had remembered well the words of the magician. High Priestess may have learned how to command the Sacred Book of Thoth, but even she cannot force it to do anything inherently evil. Some say the story of the fool and his adventures is part of the creation of the modern-day tarot deck, but I doubt it. Fool was created by Ulf Onsen. Special thanks Ad Ood, Catherine Ann, and Al Athra. Okay. Ah, crap. Okay. The Fool and his Unny. Okay, excellent. So now we just got to figure out what the deal is with the fonts. Okay, so I'm going to commit what I've got, because that's pretty good. Right, now. Bloody fonts. What is the bloody deal with the bloody fonts? So, the fonts are here in ZBasic load fonts. And I think all that does is, it doesn't do anything specific to ZBasic, it just... Yeah, it gets the file ID from the current executable and then passes that through to Toolbox. So this is like this isn't actually like a proper API. This is just a you know, an escape hatch. So there's nothing saying that we couldn't be more picky about what fonts get loaded in, or do like a bit of a switch. In fact, that might be what we have to do. Yeah, so how does this work then? So we've got res ID get. Okay, and then back in ZBasic we have file ID. Is that right? Oh, right. Yeah, okay, I understand. So because okay, that's the response. So that's from Toolbox Open Res file, which is of type oh no, that's okay, that's just an ID, but then the actual resource inside Toolbox, or the file inside Toolbox yeah, okay, so there's like one Mac res manager per file, which then gets hash mapped here with a file ID. Okay. And then we rely on this sketchy thing. Well, not sketchy. This is usually what you want. which is that you get the nice font manager to load in everything for you, but oh, good lord, really? I can't just see. Fine, okay, I'll just look it up myself. Graphics, Mac GUI. Yeah, okay, so yeah, common macros manager font file, common string family, and common SQL read string font. Yeah, and that kind of comes back from these here. So all right, we may be able to do this intelligently. I think, okay, we may as well move, what's it called? Move the font loading stuff outside of ZBasic because it's going to have to span between the introduction. Or rather, we're going to have to be able to load the introduction with a macros manager from inside the game. I mean, like in a perfect world, we would just use. I mean, yeah, the problem is, right, that there's only one Mac font manager. It's a singleton, and the font IDs are different, and you'd still have to. It's not a case of just being able to like, oh, I'll load in app 1 and then load in app 2 because then the two clash. So I think we need full manual control over this. We would need to do it in the top level in full game, so not in the prologue, and then we'll see how things go. And yeah, so the way that the macros manager automatic one does is it just gets the name of the chunk and uses that as the family name. I think for the purposes of this, I mean, we already have like the one where we inject the font. Oh, we could also just reduce a bunch of complexity and just always load using the font chunks that we have. So if we were to go back to, so like, what do we currently do for? So we've got font small, font puzzle, font large, font full, font Chicago. And Fool's Errand was missing font data below is taken from 2.0. I think this may include character ranges in it as well. In which case we would need to dump the fonts from the prologue if we're going to be using those. Yeah, so we've got like first car, last car, ascent, descent, offset to width tables, Okay, no, it just sets the resource ID, or rather like the lookups for each of the resource IDs. Oh no, but we would still need to get the font chunk from the prologue for this to work. Yeah, okay. Luckily we don't need to change, it doesn't have the character ranges in it. That would have been annoying. Okay, so instead of load fonts, okay. Fonts in this game are a okay, so maybe I'm tossing up whether or not we should do this inside or outside of this big switch statement. Oh yeah, because the other kind of weird, so the other weird thing that we've got to work out, right, is if I open up the early version 1.1 and we open that in Super Res Edit. So yeah, the game itself has no font chunk. It's got fonts. It's got all the fonts here, but it does not have the definitions, which kind of screws us because we need the definitions in order to load the font. But if we open up the prologue, that does have the font definition in it. So what gives? I don't know why. I don't know why it's missing that. The fonts in this game are a bit of a mess. In the game. Okay, so we go. Ah, God, really? Okay, game.cpp. Recover. delete. Okay, and did prologue and... Okay, and the other kind of tricky thing is, I think prologue and filet might have had 2 different names. Oh no, it only had 1 name. Okay. Okay, so then we go prologue. If okay. Okay, what was the... Oh, that's right. Oh, that's alright, isn't it? Okay, so the original has it as 250 and 251. What does version 2 have it as? $250 and $251. Okay, great. Okay, good. I am... Okay, so I mean, like, I think that should just make a copy. That should make a copy of the font data. It shouldn't just rely on the resource. Which is important because I'm gonna kind of... I mean, whatever, we can test. We can test to see if it's used after 3 by basically just saying toolbox close... close... How do you... Did I add an API call for that? Did I add an API call for closing a resource file? Okay. Open res file opens the thing. If it's already open, if the file can't be opened, it'll return -1. Okay, so I've already made a screw up here. It should be like if prolog equals -1. Close. Let's close picture, close poly. Surely we've got something to like... There's got to be an API for that I'm missing. Macintosh. Inside Macintosh. Close res. Yeah, okay, there's a close res file. Okay, well, I haven't even erase. At least the memory occupies by that. Okay, great. Oh, wait, let's move. Okay, we got ourselves a use after free. Oh wait, no, we didn't get use after free. We've got a dereference problem because what exactly? Assertion pointer equals failed. I see. Oh, because it's still in res order. Okay, we can fix that. How about now? There's gonna be a bunch of font problems because I haven't fixed up the other three. But the main ones should show up. Okay, yeah, we got... Yeah, okay, so we don't have the override for Chicago, but if we look at the prologue... Actually, no, let's look at the finale now. So we should, once we get carded, we should be able to see all the big letters that we couldn't see before. Let's check it out. Be content that you still live. Okay, good. Book of Thoth. Great. That last transition seemed a bit off. Z basic compiler and full paint. Yep, all the copyright and trademark symbols are showing up. Excellent. Okay, now we just gotta fix all the other problems. So no font info entry found for font ID 252.
Rock the boat by knocking those depth charges into the water. Be prepared to move fast to stay on board, though.
Oh, okay. So this was it falling back. Okay, we don't really want that. So yeah, what makes it slightly difficult is that small needs to be font ID 252. Did I set 252 or did I set 251? I set 251. Okay, great. I should have just done that in the first place. Okay, so we gotta go. Wait. Wait. That's not right. I want to get the resource from like a specific... It's like get named resource. Oh, it's probably fine because it's gonna... Because yeah, when we open this up, then that becomes first in the pecking order until we close it. Okay, that should be fine. I think it's probably best that we go Foolish Chicago. Puzzle. Oh, we don't use that? Guess we don't need it. Assuming that the lookup happens in order. Okay. So we're looking for details like the page numbers. I think the page numbers is one of the fonts that we're missing. Oh my, okay. This is one of the cases where the font that's included with the game oh no, I mean that wasn't set properly, so we must be cocking some of it up. Okay. Right, I found the font. Oh, bollocks, it's still using Prologue. Don't use Prologue. Okay, that's where I messed up. Okay. I knew I needed this for something. Okay, do we have working fonts? Oh god. So close. Is it gonna be... Oh, it is gonna be something as stupid as like one of the... Like the small font that's in the prologue doesn't have numbers, but then... The other one does. Yeah, okay. The font in the prologue doesn't have numbers, but the one in the game does. Well, that stinks. I guess we're gonna have to load it dynamically. I mean, okay. There's a straightforward way to sort this out, and that is we could just load this in as a different family and then use that family ID for the prologue. How does Wheel of Fortune look? Wheel of Fortune has a bunch of okay. Royal Pair Beads Magician. I mean, everything here looks kind of okay. Okay. Yeah, alright, I think we're gonna have to load both, not just one. Oh, but then that means we can move that into the prologue loader, I think. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can do that. think... Because, like, yeah, another kind of quirk with 1.1 is that they don't include small in the exe. Like, if you open this up and you go to fonts, you have Chicago, full. Oh no, they do include small. They've got small, large, full, and Chicago. The one they don't include is... Okay, why did I say includes all fonts except small? I think I meant puzzle. Is puzzle even used anywhere? Puzzle is used a ton of places. And I mean, I guess that since we're loading that in... Yeah, okay, so like in the Fool's Errand we've got like small 12, small 24, and small 48. We compare that to the prologue. We only have like small 9. So it's not even the same. It's not even the same small. It's a different one with... Or it's like a, you know, a different size. So we are going to have to include both. Actually, let's move these into the prologue. Okay. It's exactly in the font again. Yeah, okay, the font includes the family ID that it's for. That's gonna be it. That's the trouble. That's the piece that we need to mod. Because it shares a space. I mean, not well. You just monkey patch it. Yeah, what if we were to just monkey patch this so that it had better IDs? Yeah. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Okay, so that can go. And the prologue. Okay, how do we... So yeah, we've got the flag word, and then we've got the family ID, which is a int 16. Okay. Let's try that. Ooh. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good at all. Okay, so which one must I cooked? I must have cooked... Not Chicago, not large, not puzzle, not small. Oh, I didn't load in... I didn't load in the basic one now, did I? We just... I mean, I guess with this we don't have to... We don't have to do this. Yeah, okay. Requested and forwarded ID 250 not supported. Sure, sure. That should be fixed now that we've got... Oh, really? No font info entry for font ID 250. Come on. Just want to get this one thing done, then we'll call it a night, because it's quite late. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, so it's... Okay, font full. That's 250. Yeah, okay, so... Okay. Right. Wait. Huh? So the first one in the list I have is like K font full. Oh, I gave it the name Chicago. Yeah, that'd be why. Oh god, that's right. No, I'm gonna have to... Yeah. I forgot about how bytes work. So it's actually gonna have to be like 240 and 241. Otherwise it'll be an overflow. Okay. This text looks good. Finale. Okay. Capital letters, come on. Big letters. Do the big letters work? Okay, this won't do... High Priestess. Yep. We did it. It's working. Oh, we didn't even have to like do two... Well, okay, we did like one crime. One crime. In that we had to like binary, you know, bit bash the data that was coming in from the fond block, but everything else seems alright. Everything else seems fine. Okay, so what are we gonna do? I think that, you know what, it's really freaking late. I better end the stream here. But I gotta believe it, the game's done. We just gotta clean it up now. But that can probably take place off stream. I don't know. I'll have a think about what to do next. But yeah, when it's cleaned up, I guess we can submit it and get in ScumVM, which would be nice. Okay, who's doing stuff? Who's online? Who's doing stuff? Oh, easy. Okay. Alex Retropal is playing more Grey's Anatomy. Last time was amazing, so yeah, we're gonna raid Rescue Cat. So I'll be back on Thursday doing director stuff.
Like pepperoncino, doesn't it? Wow.
And the red chili pepper too. That's
Until next time, take care of yourself. Later.
Nope.
How about that friend of yours? What's new with her?